don't actually. Could use one. Thank you. Throwing stuff.
Okay, we're live.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to convene the Judiciary Committee meeting for April 4th. It is our JF Day, JF Deadline Day. Any remarks from my co-chair?
Happy Jam Deadline Day.
Happy JF Deadline Day. Ranking members?
I'd like to be associated with that remark. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Well, everybody's in a good mood, so that's a good sign, I hope. All right. We are going to break for what I think will be a relatively short caucus, and then come back and do a little business, and then maybe caucus again. Who knows? But at this point, we are going to stand in recess.
Yikes. Holy cow.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. We'd like to reconvene the Judiciary Committee JF meeting. We are going to start on section 3 of our agenda, claims resolutions for possible JF. I will start on House Joint Resolution number 16, which is item number 1 under Roman numeral 3. I will be looking for a motion for JFS LCO number 4254. I have a motion from Senator Winfield and a second from the Republican caucus down there. I think we'll go with Senator Kissel. How about that? Vice Chairman Blumenthal, would you like to explain the resolution, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're about to hear a series of 8 resolutions dealing with claims against the state that have been disposed of or an extension sought by the Claims Commissioner. On all of these resolutions, the outcomes have been agreed upon between the 2 caucuses. And I wanted to thank the House ranking member for his work on these, as well as our 3 legal interns, Wojtek Zak, Daniel Barrick, and Ariana Olson. Their help was integral to us getting all this work done. So the first of these resolutions is House Joint Resolution 16, a resolution confirming the decision of the Claims Commissioner to deny the claim against the state of Sophia Downer. And it contains resolutions dealing with 10 claims that the Claims Commissioner correctly denied or dismissed, and this resolution would confirm them.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Blumenthal. Ranking Member Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd also like to thank Vice Chairman Blumenthal for his attentive and duteous work to getting through the claims, reviewing the claims. We did spend a lot of time during this session with claims, and as we get through each resolution, I will more than likely comment, but the present resolutions before us has to do with affirming, in effect, the decisions of the Claims Commissioner to deal with certain claims that were in her office. So I do support. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there further question or comment on this resolution? Further question or comment on this resolution? If not, I would like to thank both of you for your leadership on reviewing the claims this year for us. Also would like to thank all the individuals who came to testify before us, and certainly echo my thanks to our legal intern staff. If there's nothing further, I would ask that maybe somebody wants to make a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we create a consent calendar, and that we move item number 1, House Joint Resolution 16, to that consent calendar.
Is there a discussion or objection, I should say? Is there objection? Seeing none, House Joint Resolution number 16 is moved to the consent calendar. Next, we'll turn to item number 2 under Roman numeral 3. House Joint Resolution number 23, a resolution granting the Claims Commissioner an extension of time to dispose of the claim of Robert Andrews. I will entertain a motion for JFS LCO number 4235.
Seconded.
Motion from Senator Winfield, second from Representative Fishbein. Vice Chairman Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This resolution is a resolution granting the Claims Commissioner an extension of time to dispose of the claim of Robert Andrews. It contains 23 claims and gives the claims commissioner an additional 120 days to resolve each claim.
Representative Fishbein?
Yes, thank you,
Recording
Mr.
in
Chairman.
progress.
Mr. Chairman, extensions by the Claims Commissioner and responses thereto by those that have filed the claims, in my opinion, is an issue. You know, we sit as the appellate court here, and certainly if you file a motion for continuance with the appellate court, or appellate court is awaiting on rendering a decision, or the trial court is waiting a decision, and they're up against the 120-day rule. Usually there's something that goes to the parties, you know, this is the reason why I'm looking for this. Unfortunately, under our present system, there is no requirement for that. And I'm very troubled by, you know, we had that one case where the family came and testified to us, where their claim happened in about 2017 or 2018 as a backyard barbecue. And, you know, they submitted their claim. There was a hearing. I think it was a jurisdictional hearing, quite frankly. And as we sit here today, 5 or so years later, we still don't have a decision. And, you know, our Constitution does provide that we have open and equal access to our courts. And I think what's going on, at least with regard to that particular claim, is egregious and unconscionable. Nonetheless, I think that we also have a duty to try and look out for the many claimants, and not to just deny a claim, or deny an extension, which may just result in denial of a claim, and that's not proper adjudication either. So, you know, I think allowing the extension for a particular period of time, 120 days, doesn't put us into next session. It would fall into the reporting process, so there can be proper adjudication of these claims. It was in the best interest of not only the claimants, not only the state, but the taxpayers as a whole. So I am in support. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Further questions or comments on this resolution? Further questions or comments? If not, I'll just briefly say I agree certainly that we should be endeavoring to get these claims decided as quickly as possible. It's my opinion that, frankly, this legislature has fallen short for any number of years now in not properly funding and staffing the Office of the Claims Commissioner. I think, at least in my time on this committee, there has always been a backlog, no matter who the Claims Commissioner has been. I think, although I haven't seen the exact data on this, I suspect that there are a higher volume of claims being presented now than there were 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, because we see that sort of across our legal system. But I think certainly we did last year move to provide some assistance to the Claims Commissioner with some special deputies. I'm hoping that process is going to work and that we will deal with the backlog that exists. But I do think as we move forward, and I know we have a bill a little bit later, but in addition to that, through the budgeting process, I think we should be looking at how we staff the Office of the Claims Commissioner. Remember, that is a duty that we delegate. The waiver of sovereign immunity really falls to this legislature to decide when an individual should be allowed to bring a suit against the state. And in other states, it's my understanding that the legislature does it directly, that the Judiciary Committee in various states hears every claim that's presented. We, of course, as a part-time legislature, don't have the capacity to do that. So we have created the Claims Commission process in order to delegate that authority. But it continues to remain a concern of mine, and I think all the leadership of this committee, as we move forward with these extension confirmations here today. With that, anybody want to make a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we move item number 2, which is House Joint Resolution 23, to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing House Joint Resolution number 23 on the consent calendar? Is there objection? Seeing none, it is so ordered. Next, House Joint Resolution number 34. Resolution confirming the decision of the Claims Commission to deny the claim against the state of Kimberly Rice. I'll entertain a motion for JFS LCO number 4249. Motion from Senator Winfield, second from Senator Kissel. Vice Chairman Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This resolution is somewhat counterintuitively titled. It is a resolution to vacate the judgment of the Claims Commissioner, which was a denial of the claim of Kimberly R. Rice. And this resolution would grant Ms. Rice permission to sue the state in the Superior Court under her claim.
So just to be clear, Vice Chairman Blumenthal, the underlying resolution was a resolution to confirm the new language. The JFS language strips the language of the resolution and instead overturns the claim. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. The committee determined that it was just and equitable based on both on her testimony and based on the claims file and the arguments and evidence contained therein to allow this claim to be pursued in Superior Court.
Okay. Representative Fishbein?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do concur on the representation of the Vice Chair of the committee and believe it to be appropriate to permit Kimberly Rice to bring her action.
Is there a question or comment on this resolution? Question or comment? Seeing none, Representative Fishbein?
Yes, I move that we move item number 3, which is House Joint Resolution 34, to the consent calendar.
Is there objection? If not, so ordered. Just a procedural note for folks. I'm reminded by LCO that the titles on the resolutions on our agenda need to be the titles as they were presented to the committee. Once we put in substitute language and vote these out, they will be retitled. So the title misnomer will be corrected as the file moves out of this committee to the House floor. Next, under Roman numeral 3, item number 4, House Joint Resolution number 35, a resolution confirming the decision of the Claims Commissioner to deny the claim against the state of Darlene Walker. I'll entertain a motion for JFS LCO number 4255. Motion from Senator Winfield, and I think Representative Fishbein won the race for the second. Vice Chairman Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This resolution contains 13 claims and confirms the Claims Commissioner's decision either to deny or dismiss them.
Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I concur the representation of the Vice Chair of the committee. This is similar to the first matter that we had addressed on the agenda, which we reviewed the determination by the Claims Commissioner and concur with her decision in these various cases. Thank you.
Further question or comment? If not, Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we move item number 4, which is House Joint Resolution 35, to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing this item on consent? Is there objection to placing this item on consent? If not, so ordered. Next up will be number 5, House Joint Resolution number 37, a resolution confirming the decision of the Claims Commissioner to deny the claim against the state of Kip Wiggins. Is there a motion for JFS LCO number 4253? Motion from Senator Winfield, second from Senator Kissel. Representative Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This resolution contains 3 claims, and in each of them vacates the decision of the Claims Commissioner that there was no jurisdiction based on these claims being claims for upon which suit is otherwise authorized by law under section 4-1422 of our general statutes. The decision was made that decision that the Claims Commissioner lacked jurisdiction on that basis was erroneous, and the cases are returned to the Claims Commissioner for further proceedings in accordance with our determination.
Thank you, sir. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I concur with the statements made by the good vice chair of the committee. This is an issue, a technical legal issue we ran into last session also, and I think for the purposes of consistency, it's appropriate to deal with these particular claims in that fashion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Further question or comment from the committee? Further question or comment from the committee? If not, Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we move item number 5, which is House Joint Resolution 37, to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing this item on consent? Is there objection? Seeing none, so ordered. Next, item number 6 on our agenda, House Joint Resolution number 42, resolution confirming the decision of the Claims Commissioner to dismiss the claims against the state of K&W Custom Auto LLC. I'll entertain a motion for JFS LCO number 4246. Motion from Senator Winfield, second from Senator Kissel. Vice Chairman Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This resolution deals with a claim against the state by K&W Custom Auto. The Claims Commissioner dismissed it, and we found that decision was erroneous and have instead decided to authorize that party, K&W Custom Auto, to sue the state in Superior Court and institute that action based on finding it just and equitable in view of the facts and arguments contained in the claims file.
Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I agree with the representations of the vice chair and ask my colleagues to support the resolution.
Question or comment? Question or comment? Seeing none, Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we move item number 6, which is House Joint Resolution 42, to the consent calendar.
Is there objection? Is there objection placing this item on consent? If not, so ordered. Next, number 7, House Joint Resolution number 61, resolution confirming the decision of the Claims Commissioner to deny the claims against the state of Susan Cardinal, JFS LCO 4247. Motion from Senator Winfield, second from Senator Kissel. Vice Chairman Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This resolution contains one claim, and similar to two of the claims we've seen before, it was a claim in which the Claims Commissioner denied the claim after reviewing the facts and evidence and arguments contained in the claims file. The committee has determined that it would be just and equitable to vacate the Claims Commissioner's decision and to allow Susan Cardinal to sue the state in Superior Court and pursue that action there.
Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I concur with the statements made by the good vice chair of the committee and ask my colleagues to support the resolution. Thank you.
Questions or comments on the resolution? Questions or comments on the resolution? Seeing none, Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we move item number 7, which is House Joint Resolution 61, to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing this item on consent? Is there objection? Seeing none, so ordered. All right, on to our final resolution, number 8 on our agenda, House Joint Resolution number 78, a resolution granting the Claims Commission extension of time to dispose of the claim of Brian Lugo. I'll entertain a motion for JFS LCO number 4212.
Second.
Motion from Senator Winfield, second from Senator Kissel. Representative Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This resolution contains 24 claims, and for each of them grants the Claims Commissioner an extension of 120 days.
Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to be clear that between this resolution, the one we did before, that we are granting, I think it's 49 different extensions here for 120 days. I believe that's the appropriate way of dealing with these based upon the files they presently sit. And I ask my colleagues to support the resolution.
Questions or comments from the committee? Questions or comments? Seeing none, Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we move item number 8, which is House Joint Resolution 78, to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing this item on consent? Is there objection? Seeing none, so ordered. We will next turn to section 4 of our agenda, bills for possible JF. we will look at item number 10, which is House Bill number 5235. It is currently titled an act concerning the calculation of prejudgment interest. Although I will entertain a motion for a JFS, which is LCO number 4223. Moved by Senator Kissel, moved by Senator Winfield, second by Senator Kissel. This proposed JFS language before strikes the entire underlying bill, which related to prejudgment interest calculations, and removes all of that language from the bill. And instead, what the JFS language does is, as we have been discussing with these extension requests from the Claims Commissioner, this bill changes Section 4-149A of the general statutes to make clear that when the Claims Commissioner is seeking additional time to or I should say Section 4-158 of the general statutes, and makes clear that when the Claims Commissioner is filing her report with this committee and needs additional time, that there be some backup for that decision. Discussion or comment on this? Representative Fishbein?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just by way of clarity, an annual report is required from the Claims Commissioner within 5 days after we convene session. And currently under the statute, the report, it's unclear as to the content of the report. So one would hope that the report is something that we can rely upon for finding out what's going on with these claims. But in this language, we specifically break out certain things that should be in that report so that we can have proper information so that we can deal with that accordingly. So I am in support. I ask my colleagues to support.
Senator Winfield. Okay. Further question or comment from the committee? Further question or comment? I just want to be clear. Like I said at the outset, this is a strike all amendment, as they would say. So the underlying language from this bill, for those who are concerned, is not in this bill moving forward. Seeing no further question or comment, Representative Fishbein.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that we move item number 10 under item number 4, which is House Bill 5235 to the consent calendar, JFS language.
Is there objection to placing this item on consent? Is there objection to placing this item on consent? If not, so ordered. Madam Administrator, at this point, if you could read the consent calendar. Or I guess we should be clear. If you could read consent calendar number 1, that would be helpful.
Okay. On consent calendar number 1, we have item number 1, House Joint Resolution 16, resolution confirming the decision of the Claims Commissioner to deny the claim against the state of Sophia Downer with the JFS proposed substitute, House Joint Resolution LCO number 4254. Item number 2, House Joint 23, resolution granting the Claims Commissioner an extension of time to dispose of the claim of Robert Andrews with JFS language LCO 4235. Item number 3, House Joint Resolution 34, resolution confirming the decision of the Claims Commissioner to deny the claim against the state of Kimberly R. Rice. And the motion was for JFS LCO 4249. Item number 4, House Joint Resolution 35, resolution confirming the decision of the Claims Commissioner to deny the claim against the state of Darlene Walker. Motion for JFS LCO 4255. Item number 5, House Joint Resolution 37, resolution confirming the decision of the Claims Commissioner to deny the claim against the state of Kip Wiggins. Motion for a JFS LCO 4253. Item number 6, House Joint Resolution 42, resolution confirming the decision of the Claims Commissioner to dismiss the claim against the state of K&W Custom Auto LLC. Motion for a JFS LCO 4246. Item number 7, House Joint Resolution 61, resolution confirming the decision of the Claims Commissioner to deny the claim against the state of Susan Cardinal. Motion for a JFS LCO 4247. Item number 8, House Joint Resolution 78, resolution granting the Claims Commissioner an extension of time to dispose of the claim of Brian Lugo. Motion for a JFS LCO 4212. Item number 10, now on section number 4. That is House Bill 5235, an act concerning the calculation of prejudgment interest on a plaintiff's offer of compromise. Motion for a strike all JFS, proposed substitute LCO number 4223.
Someone want to move the consent calendar?
I got it.
Motion to move the consent calendar from Senator Winfield, second from Senator Kissel. Seeing no discussion on consent calendar, Madam Administrator, whenever you're ready.
Okay. Senator Winfield,
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Representative Staffstrom,
Representative Staffstrom votes yes.
Senator Flexer,
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal,
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Senator Kissel,
Senator Kissel votes yes.
Representative Fishbein,
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Callahan,
Representative Callahan votes yes.
could you please repeat?
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Senator Champagne,
Senator Champagne votes yes.
Senator Ciccarella, Representative Conley,
Representative Conley votes yes.
Representative Curry,
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Delaney,
Representative Delaney votes yes.
Representative Dillon, Representative Doucette,
Rep. Doucette votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky,
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Fiorello,
Representative Fiorello votes yes.
Representative Fox,
Representative Fox votes yes.
Representative Gilchrist, Representative Godfrey,
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Representative Harding, Senator Haskell,
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Howard,
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Khan,
Representative Khan votes yes.
Representative Labriola,
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Senator Lesser,
Senator Lesser votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg, Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative Palm votes yes.
Representative Pavlak D'Amato,
Pavlak D'Amato votes yes.
Representative Porter,
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rabimbus, Representative Riley,
Representative Riley votes yes.
Senator Sampson,
Senator Sampson votes yes.
Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Veach,
Representative Veach votes yes. Can you hear me?
Representative Walker,
Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
and Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
All right, Madam Administrator, we are going to hold this vote open until 2:30. 2:30? Okay. 2:30. We'll hold this vote open till 2:30. All right. At this point, we are going to recess again for another, what I hope is brief caucus, and we will announce the time we're going to reconvene. We stand in recess.
Senator Chicarella, how do you care to vote on the consent calendar?
Senator Chicarella votes yes. Thank you.
Representative Stastrom, I'm going to keep the recording going to capture any votes that we should get in the interim.
Deb?
Jillian, Deb is in the back. They'll be on soon.
Okay, thank you.
We'll let her know you need to vote.
Thank you.
Representative Gilchrist, sorry for the delay. I
No,
apologize.
no worries at all. Thank you so much.
Did you want me to read off the consent calendar to you?
Nope, I was listening.
Oh, good. Oh, thank you. Okay, wonderful. So I don't have to go through the whole mushigas. But anyways, Representative Gilchrist, how do you care to vote on the first consent calendar?
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Deb, this is Representative Rabimbus.
Hello,
If you're
Representative.
available, I'd love to vote.
I would love to have you vote. Representative Bimbis, how do you care to vote on the consent calendar? Do you need me to read any of them off?
No, I've got it all. Thank you, though. So Representative Rabimbus would vote in the affirmative on the first consent calendar.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, Deb.
Hello, Representative Harding. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
All righty, we're on the consent, we have one consent calendar. Everything that we've introduced so far has been on the consent calendar. Do you want me to read the items on the?
Nope.
consent calendar?
I could just vote. Representative Harding votes yes.
Perfect. Okay, you were all set so far.
Thanks, Deb. Appreciate it.
You're very
Bye-bye.
welcome. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, Madam Administrator.
Hello, Representative Luxembourg. How are you?
I'm great. I'm great. How are you?
Wonderful. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. So
Yes.
we are voting on the consent calendar. We've got 9 items on the consent calendar. Do you need to know what's on the consent calendar, like each item and how we vote?
I'm all set. I have the 9, and Representative Luxembourg would like to vote yes, or votes yes, I should say, with clarity on the consent calendar.
Perfect, perfect. And I'm thinking that there's probably people back in the committee room who are putting your vote down and adding it to the votes that we've already entered. So thank you so much. Are you going to join us for the rest of the day?
I hope to. I'm here on Zoom. I'll
Okay.
be joining on Zoom. I don't know if that counts as joining these days or not.
That's what you have to do. Some way or fashion. Even if you're here in person, still has to be on Zoom. Thank you. Yeah, there's 9 bills. So George, if you would update your vote, and I'm going to update mine, and thanks, George. I'm going to update mine too. And do you want me to send out something?
Representative Dillon, are you there?
Hey, Deb, are you there?
Hello, Representative Harding.
For some reason they said I'm not.
I can't hear you,
Sorry. Let me see. Can you?
but you're all set for your votes, though.
Okay.
Okay,
That's all I
thank
need.
you.
Thank you.
Representative Dillon, are you out there anywhere? Well, she needs to sign in with Zoom. Yes. Representative Dillon, you got a minute. Where are you?
I am looking for the vote, the link.
Tell her to come in here. Maybe, Zoe, do you mind if she just gets on your machine and just, I mean, we've just got a minute, you know? That's the only thing I'm concerned about. Or she can jump on George's machine.
Yes.
I don't know where you need to go to the committee meeting in your calendar.
What?
Is she up there?
I'm here, ma'am.
Representative Dillon, how do you care to vote on the consent calendar?
I vote yes. Dylan votes yes.
You.
Due to technical difficulties, we extended it to let the member vote, but she was here and yeah. He was sitting there like, whatever.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to reconvene the Judiciary Committee meeting. I'd like to just note for the record that we did have to hold the vote on the consent calendar open a little longer than 2:30 due to a technical snafu. But I think we've got that worked out and hopefully have our agenda for the rest of the day here worked out. Just for notice to the members, please try to stay as close to your computers or the committee room as you can. We will try to hold votes a little bit to let folks vote, but we can't hold votes open very long. We also have to be done with our business by about 4 o'clock today. Obviously our deadline is 5, but by the time votes get entered into the computer and get upstairs, our vote deadline really is 4 o'clock in order to allow that process to take place. So with that, we'd like to get through as much as we can in the next hour from our agenda. Anything from my co-chair before we go? Then we will turn back to our agenda on section number 4, bills for review. I'd like to start on number 11, House Bill number 5236, an act concerning architects who voluntarily and without compensation assist public officials in evaluating the safety elements of built environments in the aftermath of a major disaster or emergency. Can I have a motion? I have a motion from Senator Winfield, a second from Senator Kissel. This bill provides legal protection to architects, as the title says. Discussion. Is there discussion? If not, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
That was item number 11, House Bill 5236, an act concerning architects who voluntarily and without compensation assist public officials in evaluating the safety elements of built environments in the aftermath of a major disaster or emergency. There was a motion for a JF. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield, in the affirmative.
Representative Staffstrom.
Representative Staffstrom votes yes.
Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal. Senator Kissel.
Senator Kissel votes yes.
Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes yes.
Senator Ciccarelli.
Senator Ciccarelli votes yes.
Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Representative Curry.
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Delaney.
Representative Delaney votes yes.
Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Doucette.
Rep. Doucette votes yes.
Representative Dubinsky.
Representative Dubinsky votes yes.
Representative Fiorello. Representative Fox.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Godfrey. Representative Harding.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Khan.
Representative Khan votes yes.
Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Senator Lesser,
Senator Lesser votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg,
Representative Luxembourg votes yes.
Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative Palm,
Rep. Palm votes yes.
Representative Pavlak D'Amato,
Pavlak D'Amato votes yes.
Representative Porter, Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Who's your butt back?
Representative
You move
Rabin,
your butt back here?
Representative Rabimbus votes yes.
Representative Riley,
Representative Riley votes yes.
Senator Sampson,
Senator Sampson votes yes.
Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Veach,
Representative Beach votes yes.
Representative Walker,
Representative Walker votes yes.
and Representative Young.
Representative Young votes yes.
Madam Administrator,
Yes.
Representative Blumenthal would like to vote in the affirmative.
Thank you, Representative.
All right, we are going to hold the votes on this until we're going to take a short break around 3:30, hopefully, and record votes. So we will hold the vote until then on this. All right, next will be item number 1 on our agenda, Senate Bill number 165, an act providing immunity for civil liability to a physician who accompanies or assists a state, regional, or municipal SWAT team. Motion from Senator Kissel, second from Senator Winfield. Discussion on this bill. Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a bill that we have had several times before this committee. Again, it is seeking to provide immunity to physicians who assist the states, the regional or municipal SWAT teams. It provides that immunity unless the actions taken in performing these duties, which are not in connection with their normal job, but in performing these actions are willful, wanton, or negligent. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I gotta go down and vote.
Senator Sampson first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to thank the leadership of the committee for bringing this bill forward. I know it's something we've had the last couple of years, but I'm pleased to see it on today's agenda. Hopefully, it will make it out of committee today. This is something I've had a lot of contact with these physicians, and I know this is something that's going to make them sleep easier at night. They want to be able to do their duty and act as good Samaritans. And there's always been this overriding concern about potential liability as a result. And this will go a long way to correcting that. And I really appreciate it. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kissel.
Thank you, Chairman Snapstrom. I'd just like to thank the leadership of the committee, you and Senator Winfield as well. I know that Senator Sampson has been a tireless champion of this proposal over the years, and I do recall in years past, one of the physicians come up and testify before our committee, and any doctor that's willing to go out there and assist law enforcement, I'm just hoping it's really few and far between, but in those instances, we can certainly use all the help we can. And like to, again, thank the leadership and thank Senator Sampson for being the spearhead and bringing this matter forward for our consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Champagne.
Thank you. I'm going to vote in favor of this legislation. In many incidents where we trained with the SWAT teams, we had medical go in with us, and we set up areas to take care of those in need during situations that are mass casualties. And that's where you need your physicians, because they're going to administer the first aid that's probably going to save people's lives. And by providing this legislation, this is going to save lives, because we're going to have those volunteers still step forward. So I'm going to ask everybody to support this legislation. Thank you.
Committee will stand at ease for one moment. Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to briefly thank those who spoke before me, and to say that when this bill first came before us, I think some of us weren't so keen on it, but I think the testimony that was referred to was helpful in bringing us to see that at least for some people, there seems to be a real issue, which is why I think every year that this comes before the committee, it does get a vote out of the committee. So I would encourage the members of the committee to vote favorably upon this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Anything further from the committee? Further? Seeing none, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
Item number 1, Senate Bill 165, an act providing immunity from civil liability to a physician who accompanies and assists a state, regional, or municipal SWAT team. There was a motion for a JF. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield, in the affirmative.
Representative Staffstrom.
Representative Staffstrom votes yes.
Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Senator Kissel.
Senator Kissel votes yes.
Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes yes.
Senator Ciccarella.
Senator Ciccarella votes yes.
Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Representative Curry.
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Delaney.
Representative Delaney votes yes.
Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Doucette. Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Fiorello.
Representative Fiorello votes yes.
Representative Fox.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Representative Gilchrist. Representative Godfrey.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Perfect. Representative Harding.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Khan.
Representative Khan votes yes.
Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg.
Luxembourg votes yes.
Representative O'Day.
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative Palm.
Votes yes.
And I'm sure you probably already know all about that, where there's kids actually attacking other kids at the reported since the beginning of the year. And
Sorry, Pavlik D'Amato votes yes.
Thank you so much. Representative Porter.
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rabimbis.
Representative Rabimbis votes yes.
Representative Riley.
Representative Riley votes yes.
Senator Sampson,
Senator Sampson votes yes.
for the first time, I think, on this bill. I'm sorry. Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Veach,
Representative Veach votes yes.
Representative Walker,
Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Representative Young,
Representative Young votes yes.
Are there any members who missed a vote on the last bill that would like to be recorded?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Bob
Representative-
Godfrey. On the first bill,
Yes, sir.
I would, Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Got that, Madam Administrator?
yes, we're all set. Thank you, Representative Godfrey.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other members who missed a vote on
5236.
5236?
Representative.
Mr. Chair,
Representative Doucette, are you, you voted on that one, but you did not vote on the bill that we're on right now, 165.
Right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Representative Doucette votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Gilchrist, are you back yet? Representative Fiorello, have you stayed? Representative Porter, have you stayed?
I'm sorry. What was the question, Madam Administrator?
Porter, on the item 11, 5236. You missed that vote. How do you care to vote?
I am, and I will vote in the Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right. Next, we will move on to item number 19, House Bill number 5464, an act concerning the value of the homestead exemption. I'll entertain a motion for JF. I have a motion from Senator Winfield and a second from Senator Kissel. As folks on this committee will recall, last year this committee moved in bipartisan fashion to update our homestead exemption. And that is the value of a home that is not subject to collection in a debt collection action. What we decided at that time was that the homestead exemption, which in Connecticut had been only $75,000, was very low compared to our surrounding states. After looking at a report from our trustee staff at the Office of Legislative Research, we decided to increase the homestead exemption to $250,000, which I believe still puts us somewhere in the middle of the pack compared to our neighboring states, but certainly reflects a little bit more of the sort of typical value of a house in Connecticut in today's dollars. What we received testimony as a committee about this year is that there seems to be some confusion in the courts, particularly in the bankruptcy courts, about to what debts does that $250,000 limit apply to. So what we seek to do in this bill, in lines 53 through 57, is to make clear that the old $750,000 homestead exemption applies in a case of a monetary judgment prior to entered on or before September 30th, 2021, which was the effective date of last year's Public Act, and that the new $250,000 number applies to any monetary judgment arising on or after October 1 of 2021. And I believe this bill now properly reflects what this legislature's intent was last year. Frankly, I think the Public Act last year adequately addressed the legislature's intent, but hopefully this will clear up the confusion that we've heard may exist in some court proceedings out there. Representative Fishbein, do you have questions on this?
Yes, sir, if I may. Mr. Chairman, just how does the exemption process work?
Well, as I understand it, so if a judgment is entered, say, I sue you for, I don't know, defamation, for example, and I get a judgment against you of $1 million. And I go to collect on that. I go to try to find your assets, be that cash holdings, real estate, maybe interests in certain business you may have. There are certain things exempt from my reach as a judgment creditor. And one of those is a certain value of your house. And so what this bill says is the value of your house that is not subject to collection prior to September 30th, 2021 was $75,000. But if I get that defamation judgment, say the day after session ends this year, then it would be $250,000 to you.
Well, thank you for that. And does that in any way, shape, or form, if I rent my house and I have, let's say I've got 5 luxury motor vehicles in the parking lot or the driveway, does this exemption just have to do with houses, or is it other stuff as well?
No, actually, in fact, there's another exemption. This bill before us this year just looks at the homestead piece of the exemption, but there actually is a motor vehicle exemption, as I recall, as well. And I think actually last year's Public Act may have updated that. If you give me a moment, I will look for where, oh, yes. If you look at lines 22 through 25 of the bill, this is existing law based on the Public Act we passed last year. It exempts up to 2 motor vehicles to the value of $7,000 in the aggregate, provided the value shall be determined as the fair market value of the motor vehicles less the amount of any liens or security interests. So if you have a bank loan or an auto loan on those automobiles, that would be taken into account as well. To you.
I thank you for that. And I think you might have touched on this in your initial remarks. Why is this referring to, considering we're in 2022, why are the dates retroactive as opposed to prospective for you?
Yeah, so it's really not retroactive. The date October 1, 2021 was the effective date of last year's Public Act. So, look, I would submit this bill 5464 really isn't changing what I believe the state of the law to be. I think all it does is clarify what was the legislative intent for last year. Frankly, in looking at the testimony on the House floor last year, I think it was pretty clear what this legislature's intent was, but I understand that certain, shall we say, creative lawyers have attempted to argue otherwise, which has created some confusion in the courts. And I think it's incumbent upon this legislature to clear that up and make sure the courts are aware of exactly what we intended.
I thank you for that. The example that you gave before had to do with a prospective defamation claim, but I noticed this language carves out services provided. It says out of services provided a hospital. Am I to understand that's services provided by a hospital, and why the carve out?
Yeah, so I think that was under old law. I think there used to be a higher exemption level when a hospital was suing someone for unpaid hospital bills. So the old exemption was $75,000 for most cases. but a debtor was entitled to a higher exemption level when it was the hospital coming after you for unpaid medical bills. And in that instance, it would have been $125,000. In the bill we passed last year, we decided to do away with that distinction between a claim brought by me for defamation against you as opposed to by Yale New Haven Health for unpaid services, in that we increased both amounts to $250,000. So the exemption level for you would be $250,000 from me suing you for defamation, or Yale New Haven Health suing you for not paying your medical bills. To you.
Thank you. And I understand there's litigation out there right now dealing with this particular issue. You know, should this language make it out of committee but is not passed by the full House and Senate, not signed off by the governor, and that decision comes down, how would this procedure affect that pending case through you?
Well, look, I mean, I hope certainly the fact that we brought this bill up, and I hope if there are creditors involved, or I should say debtors lawyers who are involved in some of those cases, that they will use the transcript from this debate as further indicia of what the legislature's intent was last year on passing the Public Act. I think it was, as one of the main proponents of that bill last year, I think I was pretty clear on the House floor, I believe, that the $75,000 exemption applied before September 30th, and the new exemption level applied after October 1st. So, you know, hopefully those court cases will get it right, even without this legislation. But the hope is that this legislation will make it crystal clear exactly what was intended. And certainly if we can get it across the finish line in the next month, it can be used with respect to those pending cases.
Thank you.
Any further questions, Representative Fishbein?
No, thank you, sir. Not at this time.
Okay. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much. And before I really just want to make a statement as opposed to ask questions, but I thought you had indicated you wanted to break at 3:30, and it's my understanding it's 3:30 now. I don't know if you want to pause in the middle of this discussion or proceed. Mr. Chair,
let's see if there's any further questions on this. If there's not, we can vote on this bill and then hopefully
Well,
collect any additional.
I did have a statement.
Oh, in that case, go ahead then.
Yeah,
Senator
my
Kissel.
statement wasn't just a traffic cop wondering if we wanted to keep going. No, what I wanted to say was I thought we were very clear last year when we voted on the original bill. And to be quite frank, maybe it's from my neck of the woods as opposed to the Fairfield County area of Connecticut, which tends to have higher values on homes. I would guess probably in large measure due to its proximity to New York City, but a variety of other factors as well. But clearly $75,000, just way behind the times, and $250,000 a year ago seemed an appropriate increase. I wanted to stress, though, that despite the fact that we do have this issue percolating through the court system, in particular, perhaps federal bankruptcy court system, where even if this bill doesn't pass this year, we're hoping that this debate adds clarification to the issue that clearly we intended the matter to be retrospective, if for no other reason than it's really difficult disentangling if that was the mark. And typically we don't pass bills that really have their major impetus going forward, as opposed to something like this where we would want it to reach back. But the point I wanted to stress was that in that year, we've also seen a vast increase in property values throughout the state of Connecticut, not just Fairfield County, but throughout the entire state of Connecticut, so that what may have had some wiggle room or may have appeared to be generous increase from 75,000 to 250,000 just a year ago, it is just not unusual in any municipality in the 169 municipalities in the state of Connecticut to look at real estate transactions. And, you know, a lot of people said, wow, this is great. My house is worth so much if I sold it. Problem is, then you got to turn around and buy another house. And if you're up here in Connecticut, it's going to be more expensive. And actually, this is a trend that seems to be nationwide. So clearly, for so many reasons, but I would accentuate substantively, 250,000, it has to be the correct amount. And we're not holding on to that $75,000, and that would work against the public interest. So I would hope that my colleagues would see fit to support the bill today and move it along so that we can clarify this issue, because nobody out there should be hung up on this particular issue. And I also think that it was almost prescient that the leadership of this committee decided upon $250,000. And as the good chair, Chairman Staffstrom indicated, that still puts us in the middle of the pack here in the Northeast. So there should be no, other than creative lawyering, there should be nothing murky about this whatsoever. And I'm more than happy to support it this afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And certainly, Senator Kissel, yes, I think it is important we clarify this. Home prices have continued to rise dramatically in Connecticut, along with other good economic news we've gotten in the state recently with our GDP growth and unemployment numbers and the like. So certainly a good time to be in Connecticut, that's for sure. Senator Winfield? No. Further questions or comments on this bill? I just want to certainly thank all the folks who advocated for this, including a number of members of this committee, Representative Conley included, for her work as well. Madam Administrator, if you could call the roll on this, please.
That's 5464, and not considering the value of the homestead exemption. That was item number 19. There was a motion for a JF. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Representative Staffstrom.
Representative Staffstrom votes yes.
Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Representative Blumenthal.
Representative Blumenthal votes yes.
Senator Kissel.
Senator Kissel votes yes.
Representative Fishbein.
Representative Fishbein votes yes.
Senator Anwar.
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Callahan.
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Senator Champagne.
Senator Champagne votes yes.
Senator Ciccarelli.
Senator Ciccarello votes yes.
Representative Conley.
Representative Conley votes yes.
Representative Curry.
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Delaney.
Representative Delaney votes yes.
Representative Dillon.
Representative Dillon votes yes.
Representative Doucette.
Rep. Doucette votes yes.
Representative Dubitsky.
Representative Dubitsky votes yes.
Representative Fiorello.
Representative Fiorello votes yes.
And then if you would stick around just when we finish this vote so I can get you on your other vote.
Yes, I'll do that, Deb. Thank you.
So much. Representative Fox.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Could you please repeat Representative Fox? I was seeing Representative Godfrey's beautiful face.
Representative Fox votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Representative Godfrey.
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Representative Harding.
Representative Harding votes yes.
Senator Haskell.
Senator Haskell votes yes.
Representative Howard.
Representative Howard votes yes.
Representative Khan.
Representative Khan votes yes.
Representative Labriola.
Representative Labriola votes yes.
Senator Lesser,
Senator Lesser votes yes.
Representative Luxembourg,
Luxembourg votes yes.
Representative O'Day,
Representative O'Day votes yes.
Representative Palm,
Rep. Palm votes yes.
Representative Pavlik D'Amato,
Pavlik D'Amato votes yes.
Representative Porter,
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Rabimbus,
Representative Rabimbus votes yes.
Representative Riley,
Representative Riley votes yes.
Senator Sampson,
Senator Sampson votes yes.
Representative Sims,
Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Representative Veach,
Representative Veach votes yes.
Representative Walker,
Representative Walker votes in the affirmative.
Representative Young,
Representative Young votes yes.
Deb, am I able to vote on the previous bill?
yes, you may. Representative Gilchrist, Senate Bill 165, I don't know if it was the previous bill, but it was 165, item number 1, and the motion was for a JF. How do you care to vote, Representative Gilchrist?
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Okay, wonderful. And then I'm just waiting for Representative Fiorello for item number 11, 5236, which was a JF.
Yes, thank you. On item 5236, Representative Fiorello votes yes.
Perfect, thank you.
Are there any members who, we are going to close votes at this time on the bills that we have done. So if there are any members who have not had their votes recorded on the previous 3 bills that we've taken up, now is the time to get them recorded. Going once, going twice.
Madam Administrator, am I good?
Representative Porter, yes, you are good. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Administrator.
All right, we are going to close the votes on those first 3. We will not be holding votes open from now to 4 o'clock. All right, next will be number 8 on our agenda, Senate Bill number 455. I'll entertain a motion for JFS LCO 4166.
So moved.
Motion from Senator Kissel, second from Senator Winfield. This is a bill, I believe we've had versions of this before us in the past. It comes to us principally from the Connecticut Bar Association, who has, and their estates and probate section, who has submitted testimony in favor of the bill. This bill, essentially what it does is create a presumption that certain beneficiary designations in government and other documents are automatically revoked upon the dissolution of the marriage. So basically, in essence, if I have appointed my spouse as the beneficiary of the of a particular life insurance policy I may have, upon our divorce, that revocation would become, or sorry, that designation would become null and void. Questions on the bill? Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have some concerns about what's before us. I have litigated a few cases surrounding this, particularly with regard to life insurance policies, and I understand the problem. Basically, that's 2 people get divorced. There was a life insurance policy that, and sometimes people don't realize, they forget, whatever. policy that's payable. Person passes, and the life insurance company will only pay out to the former spouse because the divorce did not sever the designation. So I understand the underlying, but when I look at this language, particularly we look at governing instrument, it appears to be a very large, long list of items. For instance, in line 16, it makes this reference to transfer on death. And I don't see that defined anywhere in the language. And am I to understand that, a transfer on death can be a survivorship deed, that for whatever reason, which gets into title issues, responsibilities of title searchers, attorneys doing closings, all of that stuff, whether or not that prior designation was revoked is in force. What am I to tell from this language? Is it a survivorship deed? Is it not? Through you.
To you, Representative Fishbein, I believe it would be. As I read the definition of governing instrument, it's everything, it's including but not limited to. So everything enumerated, the only thing that is carved out that I see is on line 26, that it carves out a will. Through you.
Thank you. And moving on to line 17, the word account just sits there. It's bracketed by commas. And I can't tell the width and breadth of the utilization of that term within governing instrument. What is the extent of an account that is contemplated through this legislation through you?
To you, I assume it would be a bank account. To you.
Well, thank you. But I look at, prior to that, it talks about a death benefit, which could be a life insurance policy, stock or profit sharing plan. And those words appear just before account. So is it the stock, bonus, or profit sharing plan account? Because it's all separated by commas. So that must mean something different than what's already listed there. I don't know if it's a drafting error or if you could explain through you.
The way I read this is, I think a stock bonus or profit sharing plan is generally some sort of deferred compensation you may have from an employer. As I see account here, I think it would be more of a typical checking account or savings account of that nature. I see it as distinct from the profit sharing plan provision because there is the comma. To you.
Thank you. Moving on to lines 58 through 61, it appears that if there was a deed in survivorship, the divorce would sever that interest, and ordinarily in survivorship, the transfer would be to the other holder. It appears this language would automatically sever that, and the right of the receiver as a result of the death would terminate, and it would go to the descendants of the spouse. Am I reading that correctly through you?
I believe you are.
So I don't know, in one aspect, the purpose of the legislation is to terminate that connection by virtue of the dissolution, which I can understand the public policy aspect of that. But here, it's maintaining it and giving it to the heirs of the deceased, which the document called for the other spouse to get the property. So I don't even know that that's proper, at least within this legislation, I don't know if anybody noticed that at the public hearing.
Representative, the only thing I would say is obviously these, as I understand this bill, it's basically setting default provisions. Certainly, one could through either their will or through the divorce separation documents themselves, set up a different mechanism.
Well, thank you for that. But then I get to sub D1, which is at line 71 through 73, which, at least the way I read it, appears to be in conflict with that analysis that we just went through, where it talks about it shall be presumed, shall be given effect as if the former spouse and relatives of the former spouse died immediately before the date of dissolution of marriage. So how do the two work together through you?
Yeah, I share your concern on that. I think the term relative is probably too broad. I think my thinking here is certainly this does not mean to carve out issues of the couple. So in other words, the son or daughter that they may have had prior to the dissolution. But by the way this term relative is written, I could see how it could be read to carve those individuals out as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the last thing is in lines 82 through 84, it appears that certain things happen automatically as a result of the dissolution of the marriage. However, if the parties get remarried, it restores these things. So if you have changed title to property based upon the dissolution, and then the parties get remarried, or their dissolution is nullified for whatever reason, it appears to restore it. So I don't know how anybody could follow that with regard to at least the deed aspect of this legislation. So those are my significant concerns to what's before us, and I defer to my colleagues.
Committee will stand at ease for a moment.
Yeah. I think there's problems. I know.
We're going to pass that bill temporarily. All right, we are going to turn our attention to number 9 on our agenda. Senate Bill number 462, an act concerning assault of a public transit employee. I'll entertain a motion for JF. I have a motion from Senator Kissel. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Representative Blumenthal. Is there discussion on this bill? Senator Winfield.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill comes to us, and I actually feel kind of like I'm having deja vu. Last year, at the very end of the last day, we had a bill that wasn't too dissimilar from this bill, seeking to increase the penalties for assault of a different group of people. So I have some concerns, and I recognize and want our public safety workers to be safe, but I have concerns about the way that this bill works. So I have a couple of questions. Can you, Mr. Chair, give us an explanation of how assault currently works with respect to public safety workers? I believe there is assault and then aggravated assault, but if you could clarify that for me, that would be very useful to the discussion.
Yeah, through to you, Mr. Chair. I believe in the penal code, section 53A, I'm blanking.
It might be 167C.
167C, there is a provision for assault on a whole list of folks, including ambulance technicians, police officers, any number of other individuals. And if you assault one of those folks who holds a position of trust in society, holds positions that are difficult jobs, that you can be charged with a C felony, which is punishable by 5 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Transit worker is included on that list under that provision of the statute. There is also on the books, I believe we passed a few years ago, a
53A 167E.
167E, a separate crime for aggravated assault on a public transit employee. And that would be assault on a transit employee that is done with a knife, box cutter, pistol, revolver, shotgun, rifle, machine gun, or other firearm. And in those instances, the individual is still guilty of a C felony, but there's actually already a heightened fine of $20,000.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that response. And that seems to make some sense, right? It goes along with the way that we tend to operate, where for committing a crime that is more heinous in nature, has a greater effect, you might step up the punishment, if you will, and the increase from $10,000 to $20,000 in terms of the fine seems to do that. And so what we're saying under 53A-167C is that certain individuals, assaulting them should hold the penalty of a Class C felony and all of that includes. But we go further and we say that if you assault a transit worker, there's another section, 53A-167E, where we have an aggravated assault. And I don't believe we have that in that section of the law for the rest of those who are under 53A-167C. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Am I correct to assume that 53A-167C includes peace officers and special policemen and firefighters and EMS and emergency room physicians or nurses and healthcare workers and all of that lot?
I believe almost, if not all, of the individuals you referenced qualify. That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And there's between 53A-167C and 167E, there's a D, and I believe that's assault on a prosecutor. So we even have a section where there's assault on a prosecutor. Is that correct?
We do.
The only one where we have an aggravated assault and enhanced penalty is the transit worker. Is that correct?
To the best of my knowledge.
And do we know why we are trying to give an enhanced penalty of this sort to the mere assault, which is what, in effect, the language of the bill would do? It would take the normal course of assault and elevate it to what the current aggravated assault is on a transit worker. Are we to understand what that is? Why?
I think we received testimony before the committee that there, certainly particularly in these last few years of COVID, that those working our trains, those shuttling commuters back and forth to New York City or folks between cities within our state have seen an increase in sort of malice conduct towards them. They are in the unenviable position of having to get folks who are not willing to comply with the mask requirements, federal mask requirements, to wear the masks. There's been an increase in shoving of transit employees, yelling at them, spitting at them, and just general violence directed towards transit employees on our rails here in the state of Connecticut. To you.
Thank you for that response, Mr. Chair. And listen, I would not envy the position that these individuals are in. It has been my experience that they do an amazing job at what they do. It's a very public-facing profession. But in reality, so are the others who are listed under assault along currently with the transit workers. And what I have heard is that the things that you just in response to me said would be the impetus for moving this direction have happened to those workers as well. And so it's curious to me that we wouldn't seek, if this is a remedy to that, to move in that direction for those. I'm probably not going to ask you this question, but I am thoughtful about why we aren't doing that. I guess the question that I would pose to you, Mr. Chair, is given what we're talking about here, is there the possibility of an aggravated assault any more than on a transit worker?
To you, Mr. Chair, as this bill has been presented to the committee, I don't believe so. I believe it would just be an assault on a transit employee, which would carry a C felony and a $20,000 fine.
And so then would it be correct to say that our thinking has changed about the effect of an enhanced penalty to prevent further behaviors?
It has not, in my mind, changed. I have long said I don't believe that enhanced penalties deter crime. In fact, I've said this in plenty of contexts this year, right? That whether something is a C penalty punishable by a $10,000 fine versus a $20,000 fine, I don't think is going to change anyone's conduct whatsoever. I think when somebody decides they're going to spit on someone, they're probably not thinking of what the criminal penalty is for doing that before they wind up and hock that loogie.
Well, thank you for that response, Mr. Chair. And I would probably go on for probably way too long, but I see that we've actually hit 4 o'clock, so I think I should stop there.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I do believe we have hit 4 o'clock, which will be our time to adjourn to allow our staff to properly input votes and get them upstairs. I would submit that this committee has accomplished quite a bit this year. And I know our work is not done. It sounds like we will be back together for another round of judicial confirmations. It sounds like we have some settlements to approve, and we also, I'm sure, will get some bills sent to us from other committees, which inevitably happens at this time of year as well. So I'm with you, Mr. Chair. I believe we should leave it there. So with that, I would like to first invite our vice chairs if they have any concluding remarks for the session that they'd like to make. Representative Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief. I just want to thank all the members of the committees, particularly the chairs and rankings, for making this, as always, an extremely successful session on the Judiciary Committee. And I'd especially like to thank our staff for all of their hard work during the session. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Flexer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just thank the leadership of the committee for a great session this year. I look forward to the collaboration that's going to happen as we move some of our important measures to the House and Senate floor, and really proud to have the opportunity to serve as vice chair of this committee after serving on it for more than a decade. So great to be here, and looking forward to the next 4 weeks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate being on this committee and working together with you guys, the leadership. It's something that, you can never replace. So, last week, I remember, I forgot which day it was, but, there's not many jobs that you can leave for the day and know that you might have made a difference. There was one day last week, I just, that was the way I left this building. Just satisfied that I thought I made a difference. So I also want to thank the staff who's always there for us at every level, LCO and, of course, Deb and Zoe and George and Alan, always there. Still waiting for a mojito, but that's okay. Time will come. So I just want to thank everybody for all the hard work during the session.
Soon enough, Representative, soon enough. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Al and George and Deb and Angela and Bill and the two Bryans and Kate, Zoe, the co-chairs, Stephen and Gary, the vice chairs, my ranking colleague, Representative Fishbein. I know I'm forgetting someone, but I hope I did not. But to the extent I did, I apologize. This is the best committee by far in the legislature. I can say that without equivocation. I'm tremendously honored to serve on this committee. And we did really good work this year. And part of what we do is we weed the garden. Lots and lots of great ideas, but there's only so many we can do per session. But I think the ones that we worked on in a bipartisan fashion are the best. And I look forward to continuing that bipartisan effort going forward and seeing what we can do in both chambers as we march forward, tackling more judicial nominees, nominees to different parts of our judicial branch, as well as settlement proposals and what I understand to be tons of bills referred to us by other committees. So thank you to one and all, and also all my colleagues, Democrats and Republicans on this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I give Senator Winfield the last word here, I just I want to certainly begin by thanking all of our staff, starting with our legal interns, Daniel Barak, Wojciech Zak, Ariana Olson. This committee always has spectacular legal interns that come from some of the top law schools in our region. They do a tremendous amount of work, particularly on the claims resolution. We really couldn't get through this process in the time that we have without them. I certainly want to thank our OFA staff, Michael Erickson and Phoenix Ronan, who were always there quick with answers for us on, we've got this crazy idea, how much is that going to cost? Certainly our OLR staff who works tirelessly, not just during the session, but really throughout the year for us in running down research. James Orland, Michelle Kirby, and Duke Chen. I think it's interesting when we screen, it seems like they're the first ones in the room and the last ones to leave. So certainly appreciate them. Obviously the two of the unsung stars of this show, as it will be, are our LCO attorneys, Angela Rem and Bill O'Shea. I can say this, we have the two best LCO attorneys in the building. I may not be able to get an amendment drafted on any of the bill this year, but I'm going to say it anyways. They are simply the best. They work very, very long hours at night. They work every weekend. And I know they were thankful we took on less bills this year than we normally do, but I think they would still tell us we probably took on too many. So we appreciate them sticking with us throughout. Certainly our sessional staff, we had a great sessional staff this year. We had two new members of our team, Foster Hall and Luke Tressi, who did an amazing job on this committee in jumping in. And certainly George Marinelli and Alan Spots, who are our grizzled veterans, as you will, on this committee, and are again the first ones here in the morning, and really make sure everything works seamlessly. And of course our permanent staff, to the Bryans, who work in the House, in the Senate, and the House Republican office, just provide such valuable not just counsel to their own caucus, but really are quick to jump in on any of the pressing issues before this committee and offer feedback. Amina Marshall, I know Senator Winfield is going to thank, and obviously I have to thank the best clerk in the building by far, Zoe Gluck, who is the clerk of the Judiciary Committee, does an absolute amazing job and is my aide. And of course, the woman in front of the microphone there, Deb, who keeps us all on task, keeps us all on track, and make sure the ship is running smoothly. So. Look, I want to also obviously thank the vice chairs, the ranking members, and of course, my co-chair. Couldn't ask for a better co-chair than Senator Winfield. This is a committee that tackles some of the biggest and most contentious issues there are in the General Assembly. And I think we showed once again this year that there is a way to disagree without being disagreeable. And that unlike some of the dysfunction we see in Washington or other places, we can accomplish a lot in a nonpartisan way. I think there was a lot of give and take. There was a lot of compromise on a lot of bills this year. And we got a lot of very good stuff out of this committee in a relatively bipartisan fashion. I think the number of bills that passed this committee on a straight party line vote were very few this year, very, very few this year. So I think that's a testament to Co-Chairman Winfield and certainly to the ranking members. So with that, I will turn it to Senator Winfield for the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The issue with going last is everybody's already been thanked. I just want to do a couple of repeat thank yous. First, thank you to every member of the staff. I want to start with the LCOs who we work extremely closely with and who give up a lot, not just in their time, but an ability to do other things that many of us get to do and don't even think anything about. Bill and Angela are amazing LCOs. And I got to tell you, I know I'm difficult. I'm constantly calling for something to be rewritten, changed over and over again. And I think that effort that Representative Stastrom talked about, the effort to make an attempt to figure out how we do things together, causes part of that. But in the end, I think we do better policy for it. I want to thank my aide, Amina, who still has not gotten her chance to go through a full session in the normal way yet, even though she's been with me since 2020. Maybe we'll remedy that in the near future. But she does an amazing job trying to keep up with my schedule, which is an impossibility. But she does a really good job at it, and she's getting better as we go forward. Zoe Gluck, who is Representative Stafstrom's aide and the clerk of the committee, gets to help out with that. It's a difficult job for a number of people, given the task that it is. But she does an amazing job, and she puts up with all of us, not just Steve and myself. She puts up with all of us and makes sure that this committee is what it should be. Deb, who has been sitting in that seat since before I got here, and that's been a little while now, is amazing. And she, like Zoe, faced the public in ways that even we don't, and make sure that we look good and make sure that this committee runs the way that it's supposed to. So thank you very much for the work that you've done the tenure that I've been here, and also even before that. You know, we often in the public look like all we do is fight between the parties, but I have to tell you that my ranking members and have been amazing at trying to figure out, is there a way forward? And that's inclusive of both Representative Fishbein and Senator Kissel. We sit in a room together or on Zoom, but we sit in a room together and we try to hash these things out. We don't always come to an agreement, but I will tell you on almost every single thing, even when we come to a point of disagreement, even when later it seems contentious, there was an effort. And I actually really appreciate that there was an effort. Wish we could get to the same point on all of these things, but I appreciate the effort. Representative Stafstrom has been amazing as an individual who functions as my co-chair, but also as a friend, picking up areas where I can't handle the work, given the number of committees I have. And I have to say to the vice chairs of the committee, the same thing. There have been a couple of times where too many committees at the same time have asked them to step in and help to chair a public committee, a public hearing, or something like that, and they are always ready to do so. Both Representative Blumenthal and Senator Flexer. And by the way, welcome Senator Flexer again as the vice chair of this committee. I will say what other people said. I think this is the most amazing committee in the building. I think I'm saying it a little differently though. I believe I've sat on more committees than anyone else. So I have a broad view of the legislature. And what I've seen is there are committees that do amazing work, but this committee runs the gamut. And almost everything that goes to other committees comes back to this committee at some point. And so it's a place where we face the thorniest issues, the most emotional issues, and somehow we figure out how to get it moving forward. And I think the example of this committee is an example for all of the people of the state. And I almost forgot to point out, I'm not going to forget, I almost forgot to point out George and our timer. Al, I know his name is, I know what I'm doing. George and our timer, Al. You know, it's funny, I look at George right now and I'm thinking, I certainly look older than when I got here, but George doesn't look much older. Time is not doing as well by me as it is doing by you. But they do a great job. And it is a difficult task to do the work that they do that is unseen as well. So I want to thank you all. And I can't believe that the timer's got a difficult job. Listen, we're on sometimes for 14 hours and the timer is sitting there doing that job, counting the 3 minutes. That's a tougher job than you might imagine. Anyway, I'm talking too long. The point is, I love the Judiciary Committee. And I love it for a reason, because I think really it is an example for how we can operate as a state and as elected officials. So thank you all for joining us. It's been another wonderful session. Rep. Staffstrom.
Thank you, Senator Winfield. So the problem with mentioning names is you always inevitably forget somebody, and I'm glad I caught this one now because of what I'm about to bad forget on my part. I would be absolutely remiss if I didn't thank Adam Scavera for all of his work on this committee as well. Adam, as folks know, was the former clerk of this committee, a longtime clerk of this committee, and now serves in the House Democrats Policy Office and provides invaluable institutional knowledge and exceptional advice with respect to a number of policy issues that come before this committee. So Adam, my apologies. I think the first drink is on me as a result of that, which brings me to my next point, which is that our JF party will convene shortly over at the Officers Club for those who want to join us over there. Certainly look forward to it, and maybe somebody can buy me a drink after I spend all my money on making it up to Adam. All right. With that, we are adjourned.